3 minutes slow.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. We'll get started with the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God, we thank you for the opportunity to come together again to do the business of the county. We ask you to give our commissioners wisdom as they make decisions in the county. Pray God that you watch over the county employees and protect them as they serve the county. We ask you to put your blessing on the county and guide all of us in the future.
Good morning, everyone. I've reviewed the minutes. Make a motion that we pass.
I'll second. Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye. Make a motion we pass the bills in the amount of $134,770.26.
I'll second. It's been moved and seconded. And all in favor?
Aye.
Sheriff's report. So I got an email from Missy this morning that said she was not going to report, but she didn't have anything to report.
Sheriff's report was total prisoners 21, prisoners in 18, farmed out 3, 114 911 calls, 526 total calls for service, civil service papers served 5, VIN inspections 28, new cases open 19, closed 9 cases, 6 vehicle crashes, 52 bailiff activities, 111 SRO activities, and 13 livestock out.
I don't know that I really have much more. Of course, we got the interviews coming up today. Morgan's gonna come over. She's got some questions prepared for that. She has another personnel issue on a hiring at the park. She wanted to talk to you when she gets over here too. And I told her just come on over around 10 and we get her worked in. I don't know if you guys were aware or not, we had last Thursday when there was a storm that went through, apparently our tower out north of town took a hit and we got that turned into insurance, and like it did some damage to antennas and some of the equipment. So Chris is working on that.
Okay. Any more?
Good morning, Galen Anderson with American Medical Response. Numbers wise, we ended the month of April with 57 ambulance transports, just a little bit below what we expected from historical trends. And then really the only other piece of business is working with the city of Pleasanton to plan to have a dedicated ambulance on site for the Thunder on the Streets motorcycle rally coming up in June. So we did that last year, so we'll work with them to do it again. It was pretty, I don't think we ended up with maybe more than 1 transport from the event last year. So I think that's all we got working. Still working to recruit 1 full-time paramedic for our current opening, but otherwise the crews are pulling together and covering the open shifts. So anything for me?
You guys got anything?
Have a good week. Yep.
Doug?
Good morning, Finn. First thing I'll pass around is just the weather outlook for today. There is a severe weather chance this afternoon or into the evening. The second page shows the tornado risk, and it appears that while there is some slight risk to us for that, appears to be very low. Hail and wind appears to be the primary threat for us.
Calls for the week, we had 9 incidents. The fire other was an oil tank battery that caught on fire after a lightning strike. Had 1 passenger vehicle fire, off-road heavy equipment fire. I think that was a bulldozer, if I remember correctly. 1 brush grass fire, 1 other fire, 1 medical assist, 1 motor vehicle accident with no injuries. And then we had the folks out Friday evening for storm watch with the weather that came through. Fortunately, we're not aware of any damage or incidents with that weather, but we did have folks out trying to keep an eye on it. The storms that came through our county are the same storms that popped the tornado up down in Andover in that area. They were the same cell. So we brought people out and had them watch it as it went through the county. And then I didn't mention it, but year to date, we're at 213 incidents. That's all I have for you, unless you have something for me this
Just
morning.
one question. At our at our fire station there in Lacine, our county barn there, is the city have their fire equipment in there as well?
Yes,
Okay, and
and we have a written contract with them.
no, I know, I'm going to talk about it later on today, and because they're considering building a new fire station. But I wanted to make sure I was right. They do keep fire equipment currently there.
They have 2 apparatus currently there,
Okay.
an engine and a tender. And then, like I say, we have a written agreement. They actually pay all the utilities for that station as part of our agreement with them.
Do they keep equipment elsewhere as well?
They have another fire station on the west side of town where they keep some equipment that they have, apparatus. So they actually have it in 2 locations there.
Okay. I mean, how big is our the county roster over there in Lacine? Do you remember offhand?
Not right off the top of my head. I think we're around, I'm going to guess around 10 or 11, maybe 10 or 12.
In Lacine?
Yes.
Really?
We opened it up to 22
Yeah. We just never got.
and we never got over 15.
And what's Pleasanton got? Do you remember?
I want to say they're at 14 or 15.
And this is the county side I'm talking about, not the
That
city.
is correct.
And they got what? 15?
They're 14 or 15,
14 or
if I
15.
remember correctly, at Pleasanton. And you slotted them for 22.
And the numbers, have we sustained those numbers over the years, or have they gone up or gone down, or just about the same?
They'll go up in one area and down in another.
Yeah.
Our smaller stations like Centerville and Prescott really struggle to get anyone. We've got 4 at Prescott, and that's what we've had for probably the last 10 years or so. We might get up to 5 or 6, but a lot of the folks that join last 6 months and leave, or stop showing up after about 6 months. A lot of people don't understand how hard firefighting is,
Right.
how much work it is,
And
and
that you're
they'll come
on
on and when they realize how difficult it is and how much demand there is, not everybody wants to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning to go fight a fire all night when it's 3 degrees out.
Well, I'm going to talk about it later this morning. We're going to go over a list of stuff because we're going to talk about budget stuff. I don't know if you don't have to stay, but I mean, if you listen to it, listen to the recording of it, and maybe get back with me on your thoughts on it afterwards.
All right, sir?
You're welcome to stay, but I mean, I wouldn't.
Your painting, isn't Insco, don't they still have a contract with you on painting the rest of your, when's that?
Yes. I'll have to look to see when the expiration is. We gave them 6 months because we knew we were pushing winter. They got 2 stations completely done, and they have 2 stations yet to do. That would be Blue Mound and Parker.
Isn't that owned by a company around here? The painting company?
It's ran by Jeff Wilson.
Yeah.
I know some of the painters are local to
Yeah.
this general area,
Okay.
but I don't know the
Okay.
company itself.
I was just curious about that.
But yes, they do have 2 more projects to do. We tried to give them enough time that weather would be agreeable. And of course, this spring it's been 71 day nice and then, 20 the next. So it's pretty much kept them from getting it done. So we may have to extend that just due to weather problems. But
So let me go into something different. ISO ratings are dependent upon, give me some criteria for ISO ratings.
they're dependent on a number of factors. Some of the factors, and I'll start out with like the sheriff's office dispatch center. They rate our dispatch center. Do we have 1 dispatcher? Do we have 2 dispatchers? They look at our training. how many hours of training do we do a month? For the volunteer fire service, it's virtually impossible to get a lot of points in training because I think it takes 10 or 20 hours a week to start getting points up in training. And we work to try to get 3 hours a month with our volunteers and get them to come for that. Where we get most of our benefit or most of our points from the ISO system is in our water. Our ability to haul water with our tenders. We have a minimum 2,000 gallon tender in every station. So we can, with 7 of them, we can move a lot of water when we need to. The other thing, when Public Wholesale Water Supply District came on and lets us use their cleanouts as a hydrant, we have a 4-inch connection to every one of their cleanouts that's accessible to us. You know, if it's out in the middle of a field or something, it's not really accessible to us. But those that are close enough to the road, they've allowed us to do that. Years ago, we bought all of the components to do it with and went out and put them on. They flush them for us, and we have the access to them. That gave us access to water almost everywhere around the county. Centerville is kind of our one exception. We got a couple of dry hydrants over in that area that we can use, but Water District 13 really doesn't have lines running through that area. But the water is where we get most of our points from. The other thing that gives us points is our equipment, what condition it's in, what equipment it has on it. They look at the amount of hose, nozzles, gallons that it carries. They put all these things into a formula and they'll pick a structure, say this building. They'll pick this building just randomly in the county or in the fire district, and they'll look at it and say, okay, it would take 1,000 gallons a minute to fight this fire, and you can hook to hydrants, you can bring tankers in. How much water can you supply? If you can supply a minimum of 1,000 gallons a minute over, and I don't remember it's 15 minutes or 30 minutes, they look at it for a period of time. I don't remember what that time is now, but that's 100%. So you get a 100% score for this building. And then they'll look at the next building and the next building all over our fire district, randomly selected. They can be businesses, they can be residences, and they will look at how much water it takes versus how much we can supply to a given area.
What's our ISO rating for the county? Is it
Our county
based on a whole?
Our county ISO rating is a 510.
And that's a scale of 1 to 10?
It's a scale of 1 to 10.
I know this, but I wanted to refresh everybody that didn't know it and why it's important, because I want to talk about it. And while you're here, we'll just talk about it a second.
A 5, a lot of people are amazed that with our almost 600 square mile coverage that we can have a 5 for a county
Do
rating.
cities have different ISO ratings?
If they have a fire district.
What happened to Mound City, and this is important because it's part of why I wanted to talk about it. Mound City did not have sufficient people to have a volunteer fire department. So the mayor and us got into discussion. We took it over. What was their ISO rating going to be if they didn't have a fire department?
Their ISO rating went to a 10.
Which is the worst. Is that correct?
It's the worst. When it went to a 10, that's when the mayor came in because they got a letter from ISO saying you're now at 10.
And that for individuals and for companies, it causes an increase
A
dramatically
2-3-time rate increase
in insurance.
in insurance costs.
Right.
That is correct.
I say that to tell you this, that I read an article that the firefighting, that the fire station in Lacings, or the city in Lacings, got a grant, and they're considering building a $775,000 or so fire station for their city. And we currently have 10, you said, basically county firefighters there. Some of those work in the city as well. They're on both sides.
To my understanding, that is correct.
That is correct. So the way Mound City's working, it works good. We have a county barn here. We have a county barn in Pleasant. We have a county barn in Lacine. It seems like we're fighting the same battle. I personally would not care if the county fire truck showed up if my house was on fire in Lacine, or if the city truck showed up. I just want the damn fire out, right? And people saved. And I don't see why. I understand kind of why, because we had talked about the retirement fund. It possibly exists between the two. But I think with the fire board and the city officials should get together and talk And we could probably work out something really good that may work fine, because, during the day from working hours, we'll say some of these firefighters, probably a majority of them have jobs somewhere else, right?
I can't speak for the cities, but I believe that would be true for them. Certainly with the county, most of our firefighters work outside the county.
And so you get that call, and maybe you have a pretty good structure fire where normally you would send multiple fire trucks and stuff over there, and you only have 3 people available. So my thoughts would be, why wouldn't the city just turn that over to the county in Pleasanton and Lacey? We take the tax money and hire a full-time firefighter for each, Lacey, Mound City, and Pleasanton, and work together on and put together a great. Because I know their first worry is, oh, we'll just do it for a while and quit, and we'll get mad at you, or you'll get mad at us and we'll quit. Put together a plan to a resolution or whatever we want to call it to keep that going. So we can't just back out of it. They can back out of it, but we can't back out of it. I don't have a problem with considering something like that. But I think it's a big value, because that $775,000 in Lacey could be used on a lot of things. It really could. And I just say I own a house in Lacey itself, besides where I live, for my mother. But it just seems like I know I'm sticking my nose in the city's business, but it seems like money could be spent better somewhere else, is what I'm going to say.
Fire tax money, the cities that have their own fire department, the fire tax goes to the city, right, David?
That is correct.
Right. But the Mound Cities, when we
Right,
get fires,
everywhere else, the 3 that it goes to the cities, Linn Valley, Pleasanton, and Lacey.
The 3 fire districts or the 3 municipal fire districts or fire departments that we have in the county are Lacey, Linn Valley, and Pleasanton. We have a station in Lacey that's rural station. We have a rural station in Pleasanton. We do not have a rural station in Linn Valley.
yeah, that's why I didn't mention it, because we just don't have anything up there, right?
No, we don't have any
Yeah.
equipment. We don't have anything there. We've donated some equipment to them to try to help them out, as we've done other departments. But as far as any response assets, we do not have any. They run their own.
Respond to fires up there if there's.
They respond to fires there. They cover the southeast corner of Miami County in an agreement with Miami County out of their fire station. Drexel used to do that, and now they've hired Linn Valley to do that. And then Pleasanton covers Pleasanton. Pleasanton, we have written agreements with all 3 departments. Linn Valley and Lacey will go anywhere in the county. If we call them, doesn't matter where it's at. If we need them in Blue Mound, they will go to Blue Mound. Pleasanton will go within 6 driving miles of the city limits.
If we only have 10 in Lacey and 15 in Pleasanton, and most of them are working, I mean, that it might pay to venture into some type of an agreement to consider putting one full-time from 8 to 5, just during those normal working hours anywhere else, and they could repair equipment. They could do help out with what your assistant fire chief is doing, some of his stuff, some of his duties, and that way, if there's a call, they can, if nothing else, they can get the truck there until somebody else gets there to help them. But during the daytime, because we have fires during the day as well as the night.
We have calls during the day. Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 is our worst time for response. Sometimes we have to call 4 or 5 stations out to get enough people, depending on what the call is.
And I don't know what Pleasant situation is, if they've got a good barn or whatever, but it just seems like we're doubling up on the taxpayer, to build something we have in existence duplicated. We've got a city and we got a county. They're both right there. Who's going to show up in what fire truck? And the point is, somebody shows up. To me, it's not whether it's a city. Oh, the city fire truck showed up, but the county didn't.
But the 3 cities do not pay any fire tax to the county board at all.
No, not that I know of.
No,
Is that
they
true?
do not.
Okay. So I'd like to see us talk to the mayors about it and try to work with it. I hate to see $700,000 in a city, and I'm sure they'll try to get some more grants. I know they got 1 grant for it, to just spend it on a barn that we've already got a company that does that, which is the county.
To the best of my knowledge, Lacey's a 5, Pleasanton's a 5, county is a 5, and I believe Linn Valley's not asked for an ISO evaluation, so I think they're still a 9.
And that causes their taxes to be higher normally? or no?
Their insurance rates that they're
All right,
paying
that's
on
what I
their
mean.
homes would
That's
be
what I
higher,
meant.
yeah.
Insurance, yeah.
Where's the break after the 5? I mean,
Well, the next thing you would do is a 4. We're closer to a 5 than we are a 4. It's unlikely that we could ever get to a 4 without going somewhat full-time or having full-time personnel. And I don't know how many full-time personnel you'd have to do that. I mean, it's not cost-effective. We're very fortunate to have a 5. Our 510 rating, if you're within 5 driving miles of one of our fire stations or one of our auto aid stations, so that means Linn Valley's fire station, because we have a written agreement with them. If our citizens are within 5 driving miles of one of those stations, they get a 5. If they're within 5 to 7 driving miles of that station, they get a 10W, which I think is about a 2.5%. The insurance companies won't tell you, but I think it's about a 2.5% reduction to your rate for a 10W. And then if it's a 10, which is more than the 7 driving miles from the fire station, it's a 10, it's the highest rate. And it doesn't matter how many people we have or trucks or anything else, you're over that 5 driving miles.
So with the property taxes increasing the way they have, and I think find ways to cut taxes both for the county and possibly make it better for the cities too without damaging them, that maybe we could get together and talk with them. And I'd like to see us have another meeting with the mayors in June, if that's possible. I'm sure they want to talk about that now.
and you said Linn Valley's ISO rating is a what,
A
right?
9, if I remember correctly.
Why is that with them having a fire station?
They have to request a rating from ISO, and then ISO would come in, they would get
Evaluate.
all the information on their trucks. When ISO, I don't remember, maybe 12 years ago, Linn County Rural Fire District asked for a rating. It's the first time we were actually rated by ISO. We had to provide them with a list of every apparatus we had, how much hose was on that apparatus, everything about that apparatus, how much water it carried, et cetera, pump size. We had to do some testing to show ISO how quickly we could hook a hydrant up to the dry hydrant out of the lake. They sat out there and timed us. And once the truck comes past a certain point, the clock starts, you pull up, you get everything out, you have 3 people, they get it hooked up. How long does it take to spray water? Had to do that with the engine, had to do that with the tender. How quick can we dump water? How quick can we put water in? And they take all those times and all that information about our department and put that into a computer. And then they do the ratings on the structures that we talked about. And that all goes into a calculation. It gives us a point score, and based on that point score, it assesses you as a 6, a 5, a 4. So
Have they not asked for it for a reason?
I can't.
You don't know?
I can't tell you that. I've had some conversations in the past with them in regards to doing it and what it takes, but
Gary, you got something?
I would say there may have been questions about whether they had sufficient water supply in the past, but they're getting some new water.
Yeah. And when we talk about ISO ratings, and most of us didn't know anything about it. And I know I didn't before I came into the office, and you educated me very well on it. What is the average savings though? I mean, can you give an example, like on your insurance? If your insurance, say, was, we'll just throw $2,000 a year on your insurance on your house, and you had a ISO rating of 5 versus an ISO rating of 10, what would be the difference, you think?
you can't get anybody to tell you that. We've directly asked the insurance companies in the past. They won't tell you that. Insurance companies don't have to use ISO. Most of them seem to, but they're not required to. What I can tell you based on phone calls and things, for example, when Mound City went from a 6 that they were to a 10 when their department ceased to function according to ISO, people's insurance rates were doubling. So a $1,000 policy was now a $2,000 policy.
Okay. How did they know it? How did they know that?
When their policy got re-rated annually, they re-rate
Okay.
or re-sign up your policy. When that happened, all those people, because it took us 6 months to do the paperwork from the city to the county. So in that 6-month window, when residents of Mound City had their insurance come up, it got rated for a 10 instead of a 6. And then, of course, when we officially took over and ISO got all their work done, it went down to a 5. So then, anybody that got rated in that point in time, their insurance would have gone down. Now, from a 6 to a 5, not going to go down a whole lot, maybe $100 or so, a few $100, depending on the total value of it. But from a 10 to a 5, it probably cut it in half or maybe even more.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, Doug, that's all the questions I had.
You got anything, Danny?
The retirement thing I mean, that's been the biggest fight. I've asked this question many a times about, why we have millions of dollars within 3 blocks in Pleasanton of fire equipment. And it's always went back to the retirement. What is the retirement that the city gets compared to the county?
We all get the same
Can you
thing.
double dip?
Yes.
Okay.
We all get the same thing. There's a firefighters relief association. The county has one. Each city fire department has one. I would assume every fire department in the state of Kansas has one. It's a program where a little bit of the money from my insurance premium, your insurance premium, the county's insurance premium goes into a fund that then comes back through a firefighters relief act. And there are certain types of insurances that can be purchased. I've never been on the board. David has. He probably could explain this better than I can. But there's certain types of insurance policies that can be purchased to provide a benefit to the firefighters. One of them is a disability policy, and I believe the county has that on its firefighters, where if we get hurt, we're off work after 30 days, that policy starts giving us a little bit of money to help try to get us through. There's also a life insurance benefit. Most of those are set up as an annuity. So if a firefighter comes on at age 18 and stays until they're 60, they'll have a considerable amount of money in that annuity when they leave.
So they can do it on the county and the city also?
They can do it on the county and the city if they're on both departments, because they're separate programs.
I wonder if we can work it where what I was just suggesting, that they could qualify for both. Oh, I bet you a good attorney could figure that out.
I'll give you some reference.
When we took Mount City over, we took over whatever they had left in their FRA program that rolled into the county's program. And
So did it roll in the county's program to benefit all the firefighters or just
No.
the ones in Mound City?
no, it went into the county's FRA. So, and there weren't a lot of funds. I want to say it was $18,000. Don't quote me on that, but they had some money in their program. And that, by the way, we took over their department and merged our departments, that program they had merged into ours.
Did it hurt their ability to,
They were able to cash out of their program, I believe, with the benefits they had in their program, but the unused funds that were still remaining in the program went into the county's FRA program. Of course, they had 3 firefighters at the time. The county had 75 plus or minus. So the money doesn't go near as far at the county level as it does at the city level.
Yeah, I'm just saying because of the times we are in right now with taxes and they just keep going up and going up, that we should try to find ways to benefit not only just the county, or the state should be finding ways to cut money, and as well as the counties and the cities and the school districts. And that's something I saw that caught my eye. I'm just thinking $700,000 in a city who's would benefit them a lot by spending it elsewhere. And not that they've done this yet, but they're talking about it. Just maybe we can help them out. And for residents of Lacey, for residents of Pleasanton, and even for residents of Linn Valley, just knowing that there's 2 fire departments in the same town everywhere you go, except for Linn Valley, and a lot of the same firefighters fight on are on both services. It just duplicates something for what reason. So anyway, I wanted to go into it with the mayors.
Pleasanton doesn't have a lot of duplication.
Okay.
There's only one or two firefighters that are on both there, but I believe there's a few more on Lacine, but again, I don't have their roster.
Right.
All their people.
Just the point is, nobody cares if which fire truck pulls
No,
up.
as long as the fire truck pulls up, solves the problem.
That's
I
the
don't
big
think
part.
anybody's gonna
Yeah.
care.
Do you think that retirement thing is going to be the biggest pushback? I mean, do you think that's what's kind of holding everything up? Your opinion?
I don't. I think it's because that we want to own it in the city.
Many times does it benefit us having both in like Pleasanton, in the year's time, do you think? Having rural versus city?
In Pleasanton specifically, there's a lot of times where the city department does not respond even to calls in the city and the county's covering it
So the county's covering the calls in the city.
in the city
What about Lacey?
at times. Now, just the other day, we had a fire about a mile north of town and the city truck came out and helped us. So, there are times where in the city of Pleasanton, we don't get a response out of their fire station.
Linn Valley, do they take care of most?
Linn Valley just pretty much takes care of themselves. Of course, we auto aid to them. We have a written agreement to auto aid. So if they get a car wreck or a structure fire or something like that, we're automatically dispatching units to them. And they can be automatically dispatched to us. Anytime that we ask for Linn Valley, they show up with several firefighters and equipment. And Lacine's pretty much the same way. If we ask for the city of Lacine, we typically get a response from the city of Lacine. Now, there's times where they don't respond, and the county covers it completely, but that's kind of the exception, not the rule.
Thanks, Doug. I don't have anything.
Is there anything else? Thanks, Doug.
Uh-huh.
Harry?
We got 3 maintainers down. One which turned over, 2 with one with electrical problems, 1 showing copper and oil, which is a John Deere. It's got 62 some odd hours on it, which them 2 John Deere's has got the buyback program. So it's within 800 hours for the buyback, 7,000 hours, 7 years. We've been having a lot of problems with that one down at Prescott.
That's copper in the oil, you said?
Yeah. That's basically bearings. The John Deere's up looking at it.
There's no warranty at all left on it?
Oh yeah, it's under warranty. So if you go past 7,000 hours, then it's ours.
Even with an overhaul now, if it was to overhaul it, they don't warranty it?
You can probably get an extended warranty on it if you rebuild the motor. Of course, that's on them right now, so they'll have to rebuild it. But if you don't sell it back to them at 7,000 hours, then this buyback program that we paid for, you guys, the commissioners bought when we bought them, ain't no good. So, I don't know what the buyback was on them.
So do you think it's time to, if we're going to utilize it, we utilize it now or what?
Don't let them go over 7,000 hours for 7 years.
Prescott has how many hours on it, you think?
62 something. It's got 800 hours. We could still, but it's all under warranty. Everything they're doing to it's under warranty.
So Harry, on your use of the maintainers, is it how many hours a year normally?
1,000 usually.
That's what I thought.
Well, we
Yeah.
average 1,000.
So we're coming up on, you better decide this one pretty quick.
Yeah, it's either let them buy it back and we buy something else, or turn it back.
You gotta quit driving that one home.
Yeah, if it goes over 7,000 hours, basically it's rated on, usually everybody forgets about it, and they
Right.
7,000 hours, and that's just money that they made. We're keeping an eye on it.
What do you guys think
What's that?
about the maintainer?
But
I
we
think
still,
if you get rid of 3, you gotta get 3 more.
they're gonna give you more on the buyback than they would a trade-in later on, is basically what that is.
And a new one cost how much?
I can't tell you that.
What do you say? Well, I think you told us one time. Was it around 300?
We haven't bought a new one. Every one that we've got lately has been a rental or low hours, so we could buy them without going in for bids.
So on that wrecked one, I don't know, are we getting a new one or how does that work?
They're waiting on Cat to okay the ROPS, which it fell over easy. There can't be nothing wrong with ROPS, but Cat's got to approve it before our insurance company will let it come back.
It should hopefully be done this week if they get cylinders in. It was supposed to be done last week. Stuff didn't show up. So hopefully we can-
Mike knows more about my blade than I do. Whitaker's out of Road Rock. Be at least a couple months before he makes any more, so we're hauling out of Centerville.
Hey, remember the issue that when Jackie was here was the type of road rock had to be of a certain grade? Are we still doing that?
They're supposed to be.
No, are we? Do we go down? How do we do that? How do we make sure we're getting what we're supposed to be getting? Because the findings in all that rock was so bad at
Yeah.
one time. It was almost like chat.
Putting all the lime in there, but he was
Yeah.
taking the lime out, so it was good. You want somebody to check it every time they come in.
Who was checking it when Jackie was here?
What was an issue, and Jackie went down and checked it
Well,
a few
I don't
times.
think they ever actually sent it off.
Okay,
You know, we just went out there and, looked at it.
complained.
Watched it when you spread it on the road and, see how many course you had to fines, but most of it was fines at one time.
Yeah, it got pretty bad there for a while, I guess. So
So we started mixing 2-inch with it, and everybody started grouching about that.
yeah,
We had to do something.
right.
So basically, it was getting low out there. I told my guys to start hauling Prescott wherever over that away, because I ain't know the way fuel is. I didn't want to haul out of Centerville to clear the Missouri line, so they kind of picked up on that end of it. Now we're hauling out of Centerville.
Is it more where you're buying now? Cost more?
No, it's Whitaker, still same price.
Okay, all right.
So per ton, do we pay the same as any other average Joe in the county? You know,
I think they give us a little break.
I'd hope. Everything else going good
As good as it can.
with the rain?
I haven't forgot about Holiday Lake project. To get locates on that so we can fix that ditch, and I want to put some new culverts, 3 new culverts in over there at 2 of the entrances, and then up there to the Cedar House, whatever it is,
Yeah.
bed and breakfast or something, I think now. And it needs a little ditch work.
Anything
Nope.
like there?
Yeah, the road project up there that's forcing out at Lacine, Friday.
Yeah, they're gonna,
Meet with them
they're
Friday.
gonna meet with the owner on Friday and get his story of exactly what he is proposing. And then they're gonna come back with a recommendation to you.
On what part that?
Where the road's washing out.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Remember, he would like to see that road raised.
Then we're moving the road also, right?
We're moving the road. That's been agreed on, but then he'd like to see it raised and hard surfaced. He's got a theory that we'd save money by doing that because it wouldn't wash out every time.
You two are gonna go up there and meet, yeah.
So they're gonna go meet with him and talk about it.
And I'm sure I forgot something, but
Harry, the project, Mike, the project in Lacine that where the state and I don't know if the county's in, how much the county's involved in that. When's that intersection going to be done?
We haven't had any involvement in that because that's city and state.
Okay.
Are you talking about the industrial turn?
Yeah, industrial turn there as you come into Lacine. Yeah, they've got it torn up pretty good. Yeah. I'm sure truck drivers are happy. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mike, you got anything?
Yeah. Our 111, our tractor semi, the one mechanic said he could do it and then he left on us. We got it put back together Friday, set some valves, got it to run. but it ain't running right. So we don't know if there's injectors in the wrong cylinders. We don't know what, because we have no throttle response. All it does is idle with a backfire. So it ain't firing somewhere, and we're going to have to take it somewhere.
So our other mechanics have looked at it? Mechanic from here?
I've had Matt from Pleasanton. He come up and he's helped us set some valves, but yeah,
Okay.
we've done what we can do. I hooked the computer to it there Friday to see if it told us anything or if there was anything else we could do. But on that particular truck, it was limited to what we could even do to it. So I got them putting it back together.
So where do you got to take it to?
Probably take it to International.
Okay.
Would be the best place to take it and let them look at it. And I don't have a clue what it's going to cost. I don't know. They're going to have to tear it all back apart and go through it again. You know.
My understanding is each one of the injectors is hooked up to.
Each injector has.
Be back in the same hole.
Yeah. Yeah. If they.
Well, just text the bill to Jim. Don't text it to me.
And or.
You can get an estimate on it, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, but we'll have to take it up there and we'll get an estimate, and then of course I'll be back to.
Yeah, it'll undoubtedly be over $2,500, won't it?
Yeah.
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 To get it up there.
I was just letting you know what the deal was on it, and our project 1,500 and 1095. We finally got the signed papers back, so we can move forward with that.
Is that the brush cleared?
Yeah. Yeah. Other than that, that's all I got.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Jessica.
Jessica Hightower, Economic Development. I've got several things. So we've looked at the covers that we have for that hoop building out at the airport. They're all in pretty much the same condition. They're either dry rotted or they've had something chewing on them. So we are recommending that we get quotes for a new cover for that building so that we can put the car back out there.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay. Let's see. Noxious weed. Due to the wind and the weather, they sprayed the bare ground around towers, guardrails, bridges, signs, and culverts. They were working around Mound City. On Monday, they went from Tucker, went on Tucker. They were on Tucker. I don't know. They were working around this area all week last week with hand sprayers.
Do you know if while they're doing that, if they're weed eating around the side and stuff too, or around the guardrail?
If they're what?
Weed eating?
I don't know. I can find out.
Isn't that something that we wanted to try to?
Keep clean around the signs, stop signs.
I can find out.
Well, not just them either, too. I mean,
Yeah,
Kevin should be doing that, too.
Okay. I've got Pam sent over a renewal for the ESRI program. This is the one that allows us to have online access to maps and also an online portal. The quote is the same amount as last year for this renewal. It's $27,500, and that's the one that comes out of Pam's budget.
Did we just deal with this? I feel like we just dealt with this.
No, that was something different.
That was the Eagle View one, and that's different.
I guess it's 27.5 a year.
27.5 for the year, yes. It had gone up last year, and you guys approved it, but this year it's the same as last year. It didn't go up again.
When's it due? When's it
Um,
in?
90 days from the document date, and that was the 27th of April.
Should we have her come over and just give an overview over the camera and talk about it, or what do you think?
What is the benefit of this?
This is what gives outside entities access to the, maps and so forth. I mean, this is something you want. I mean,
It's used a lot.
Is this what we were deciding on, if we were gonna charge the cities?
no, that was the other thing.
That was the Eagle View thing.
That was a separate deal that had to do with the aerial photography and so forth. This is like if you go as a realtor, you go out there and get online and look up a map or look up a building or something. I mean, I use it as an attorney probably, 5-6 times a week.
You can map your own properties and all that.
Yeah.
I mean, people all over the place. Anybody has anything to do with real estate in any sense, you
She budgets for it each year, right?
Yep, she does.
I'd just like her to come in and talk about it, just kind of, because I mean, we have so many things that we deal with that. I would like her just to come in. And talk.
Do you want her today?
I think we got a lot going on today. I mean, what do you guys think?
No, not today.
We can try, okay.
Next week and then we
Okay,
can decide.
we'll get her in next week.
Is that all right?
Yep.
Joyce handed me some stuff to share with you. We've got, we need to do a resolution for surplus property. There were a few things over there that, the lady from Purple Wave thought would sell last week, and we discovered that they weren't surplused yet. So she's drawn up this, resolution. It's 22-16. Do you want me to read the thing?
Yes.
Okay. A 500-gallon fuel tank, a 1,000-gallon fuel tank, a 500-gallon tar tank. There are some new and used oil filters, an ice machine, 2 10-foot snow plows, and a cardboard crusher.
We just need a resolution to put
Yep.
these on.
We just need, and she's already got it written out, so we just need signatures.
I'll make a
on it.
motion. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, you just have a motion to approve resolution number.
22-16.
Go ahead.
That's my motion.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And Sean sent me a message. He said they are reading around the signs and stuff, so
Okay.
he's already.
Perfect. May 24th is when the Purple Wave auction will happen. So they've got that scheduled. I'm supposed to announce a reminder that dust control payments are due by the end of the day on Wednesday, the 4th. They've got to be in before 4:30.
Was there a notice in the paper about that?
Several.
Okay.
And letters went out to the ones who've done it before.
Before?
Yep.
Okay, good.
Joyce was awarded the transportation grant again for 2023.
Good for her.
She worked really hard on getting that done, so,
What's the amount of that?
oh. I don't see it. I don't know what the total is. So there's 4 different sections or I guess. One is for a minivan that was awarded. So there's $45,000 in operating funds, $29,000 in administrative funds from the Fed. Those are both from the Feds, and then $18,000 for operating from the state.
Okay.
Okay.
What do we use that for?
People that need transportation, elderly or
The-
injured.
yep,
somebody's going
the buses.
It's everywhere, and Joy spends most of her time on the road somewhere.
And you said that we got a van?
Yes, there was, one of the requests that was awarded was a minivan with a
Is that
ramp.
handicap accessible?
Yep, it is. It's got a ramp on it.
I think that'll help out a lot.
Yes.
They go as far as, I know, Jessica, I said Joy, Jessica takes them as far as the VA downtown.
We got another one or what?
No, we've got that one too. We've got 2. We got the bus and then we got this.
We've got 2 buses.
2 buses.
I think we were awarded to replace one of those buses, but we don't have it yet. And then this van would be,
So there's sometimes we take that van, or we take that bus all the way to Kansas City with just one person in it, right?
Yep. Yeah. So the van would be better to do that, less gas mileage. Kevin's boom truck, we got it back, but there were some hydraulic lines that got crossed by the company that did the repairs. So the truck is at Mid-America Hydraulic, and the company that did the repairs is paying for the extra repairs to fix it. And then, do you have a copy of the mowing contract, or
do.
we need mine? Okay.
I think you accepted the proposal last week of Scarecrow Farms for the mowing. We've got a contract put together for them. They've approved it, although they haven't had a chance to sign it yet, but they will. And so if you want to accept or approve that contract, it establishes the prices based on the bid that they made, up to 22 mowings in the year. I believe that's what we said.
That was 30.
30.
Was it 30? I need to change that then. I don't know where I got 22.
Well, by that, probably will be. I mean, really,
Well, if they
I
do
see.
it once a week, let's see.
but when you hit July, August, and September, sometimes there's just not that much mowing left.
Now, will we have to notify the people that are in some of these places?
That's,
So, I asked Sean that. So between Rick and Doug and Joyce, we should be able to find everybody who's already mowing.
Okay.
so,
I
yeah.
just talked to Snyder when I came in, and he mows the senior center up here. He said he's continuing mowing it.
Well, yeah, this contract, I made it effective today, so they would need to begin this week. Rick called me last week, said, does Danny still mow I said, have him mow it last week, and we hope they'd be prepared to take over this week, so.
You want us to sign this and you're gonna change that?
Yeah, I'll just-
22 to 30?
Yeah, just,
Line it?
cross that out, make 30, and initial it. And then, sign the contract.
There's a list of,
Yeah, it covers, see, at Blue Mound, I'll tell you what it covers at Blue Mound. It covers the Blue Mound Fire Station and the Blue Mound Senior Center. I knew you had.
Thank you.
thanks.
Fire station's out my front door, so I've been mowing it, but somebody mowed it here a couple of weeks ago. We need to establish the property, because I mowed back.
Oh, okay. Put a stake out there or something. Yeah.
So they approved that bid, they need a motion to approve the contract.
Right, to sign the contract, yeah.
You just did it illegally.
What I'll do is send you a new front page for that contract.
Okay.
The correct number on it.
Okay. And I'll have Levi come down and sign.
Make that motion real quick.
I'll make a motion to accept this bid for the mowing.
Contract. It's a contract, right?
Yeah.
Yes, the contract, this agreement.
I'm just messing with you. I second it.
It's been moved and seconded, all in favor.
Aye.
I guess that's it. You need to
That's
find-
it. Only one man on that signature.
There is a Lake Region Solid Waste Authority meeting tomorrow. We are turning in, Sean sits on that board. He's assigned me his proxy to go vote in his stead while he's out. So I'm going to go to that meeting. And then, QuickCom will be here at 10:30 to follow up on your questions from last week.
And Peoples
Peoples will be here next
week,
Yes,
right?
she was out of town, so.
So do you know what quick comes?
I do. They sent me
Okay.
you want to talk about it?
I don't want to talk about it right now, Gary. We'll just wait for later.
Well,
Go ahead.
QuickCom said it would not be economically feasible for them to pursue the project if they take Parker out of it.
Okay.
So they're not interested in a
Yeah,
project.
unless they get the whole
They
project.
get the whole thing.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Do you guys have any questions for me?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I do. Economic development, when's our comprehensive plan?
We're working on that. I am.
It's still June now or July?
We're still shooting for June. I'm working on rewriting the community information, and I will have a letter hopefully next week for you guys to sign from the commissioners just to put in there. And Jennifer is working on writing the goals and getting the wording right for that stuff. We are planning on going in front of the Planning Commission next Tuesday night, with those drafts and see how they like it. So
Okay.
we're working on it.
Then after that, you'll bring it to us, or?
I believe so, yeah. Yep.
What about your airport committee? Did you say you had a meeting with?
We did, yeah. We had a meeting, not last week, but the week before. We talked about the cover. They were recommending to get a new cover, and they liked our plan for the courtesy car out there, the procedures that we'd had written up. We talked about submitting a new RFP for a business plan and operating procedures, and applying for a grant to cover those costs in September when that grant is open.
How much fuel do we have left out there in that tank?
It's about half full at this point.
And I know we're like $1.50 less than anywhere around. Did you guys address that or what?
They wanted to leave it because it's drawing people in for sales. Yeah, we did talk about that. So, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morgan's got some stuff. Part of it was from John and then, well, I guess a couple of things to do with budget.
Morgan, you come ahead.
Okay, Morgan Northcutt, Deputy Clerk. One, I do need, we interviewed last week for the part-time park maintenance position. And we found a candidate and we'd like to hire John Witeski at a 7A 1375.
For how many hours?
I think it was 20 hours.
I think if you go up to 20 a week, then that keeps us under the full benefit
Yeah.
range, so.
And he has plumbing, carpentry, and electrical experience.
So with kind of lighting duties up on Danny and Rick with the mowing, they can't cover it,
What do you mean?
the maintenance up there?
So right now we only have Robert, who's full-time. Bill passed away, so that kind of opened up that position, and that's what we're hiring for. This one will be mowing and any sort of maintenance at the park. He also lives at the park, so he's right there.
Well, I tell you, I'm in the budget cutting business this week, but I do think that if we're going to keep that park, we gotta keep it up, because I don't think that we are, as with Robert doing almost everything. We used to have other people there as well. So in the summertime, I know we need somebody. So I'd like to do it this summer, and if it works out, then we can continue on. Or if not, then we can discontinue it. But yeah, I'd like to, and I'll make that motion that we hire
John Witeski,
at pay rate
7A 1375.
to work at the park part-time. That's my motion.
For how long?
How long is it? We got it set for?
It's a permanent part-time position, so $999.
You good? I'll second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we also, we are going to be advertising for a part-time marina clerk.
Marina clerk? Why is that?
We no longer have one, a part-time position as of last week.
Okay.
Um,
Sherry's still there though, right?
yes, Sherry's still there. So in order for her to be able to take off and have a vacation day or a sick day, we need a part-time person.
So it's just someone when she's off.
Yeah.
So what do you, is part-time then?
Yeah.
Not permanent
No,
part-time?
it's just well, I think it's a permanent part-time
It's
position.
classified as a permanent part-time, but
It's 900.
it's not seasonal. It's, the options on part-time are permanent or seasonal. And so since it's not seasonal, it's permanent. Right, David?
Right. It's like 999 hours and then it renews at the end of the year.
But it's like any other position, you can discontinue it at any time.
Right. Okay.
So that's the only time we'll hire somebody if the clerk is going.
Then, so yes, so like if she schedules a day off the next week, the other lady will be, the other person.
And that person's fine with that? That she's not going to get very many hours probably?
Well, we haven't
Talked to her yet?
You haven't interviewed
we
yet.
haven't even advertised for it
oh,
yet
that's
since it just happened.
Did you make it clear that they're not guaranteed 990?
Right.
Or that's the maximum?
Right.
I don't have a problem.
Okay. Me neither.
So another thing, Sean and I have been talking. So with the new CDL regulations, we have to send people off for training. It costs $5,000 to send an employee for a CDL training. So we have been looking into other options, and I'll just read what Sean wrote. It said, with the assistance of with other local road and bridge administrators and members as KAC staff, we have been able to gain a better understanding of the new CDL training requirements. Based on what we know so far, we could send each new employee out for the training at a cost of approximately $5,000 an employee. As a second option, we can register our agency and one or more of our employees as certified trainers. This would allow us to continue to provide local training at a much lower cost to the county. 2 sessions of training must be provided to each employee as part of the entry-level driver training, and the first is theory training and the second is behind the wheel. Theory training can be done by the purchase of manuals and personal instruction or by the use of online training. The behind the wheel training requires both off and on roadway. The only unknown is the off-roadway site requirements, which I'll be working on this week. I'll also be looking into the manuals and online training costs, so we should be able to provide you more information on that training cost in a couple weeks, once we find that out.
So we can go back to doing it in-house.
So we can, we just have to get certified in order to do that. And then Sean would have to get certified in order to,
The person that teaches the class.
yeah, so we would have to find a person that we trust to send to the class to be the instructor. And then Sean would have to go and certify himself in order to upload all of the documentation to the federal site for the training.
So if someone just off the street has to pay $5,000 to get a CDL,
Yeah. Well, if we send them to the trainings, yeah. So because there's no more in-house.
That's a law that just changed.
Yeah.
Then it's gonna be in-house again
If we get certified, and it's not going to cost us $5,000 an employee, it's going to be a lot less to send people to get certified to train it than send each new employee to get certified.
I think the remaining question right now is how much it's gonna cost
Right.
us to get
And how,
people certified to do the training, and he's still working on it.
yeah, and how much liability it'll bring on the county.
Probably shouldn't have one, I would.
Yeah. So
Yeah, that was one of my things I wondered about, is there any
liability.
county with us doing the training ourselves, or are we taking on any extra liability for those people, or?
That's a question for our insurance company probably, but I doubt it, any additional liability.
Same type deal. We could go out to other counties to where, I mean,
It would still cost us.
no, but I mean, to where we wouldn't have to have 2, maybe we'd have 1 and they have, we trade back and forth. The training.
That's something that we can look into to see.
I think, the way I took this anyway at the moment, it's just, Sean wanted to let you know he's working
Yeah.
on this. And
Okay.
see if you guys are on board with trying to get something done, but
Yeah.
still got some details to work out.
So we've been working on it for a few weeks, trying to figure something out. Since we can't get CDL drivers with the Class A, we're gonna have to send them. So we're just trying to figure out how we can do it without spending $5,000 an employee.
Right.
So, but that's all I have.
Okay, I'm good with it.
That's a huge damper on an industry that's already lacking drivers.
You guys have something?
They're on the fire board. They're here for the interviews.
Oh, okay.
Should be coming probably.
So now we have a little time, right? Let's talk about, we been kind of beating around the bush about budget considerations for 2023 and some of the importance to have those discussions before, because our taxes keep going up and up and up and up and up. And the revenue neutral, that we call it, it should be just a goal for us. Last year we met it, and a lot of counties didn't, and most of the cities, or a large amount of the cities, large amount of the school districts didn't meet it. We did. So we're getting ready to come up to that again, that we meet revenue neutral. And to me, revenue neutral is just a poor word that legislators use to tell you that you're coming into a hearing to vote whether the county's going to raise your taxes or lower your taxes. That's what they should have just called it. I don't know why they called it. I guess it's a roundabout, fishy way of saying it. And that formula that PVD uses to figure that all out and send to us and require us to have a hearing, which I'm all for the hearing. I thought it worked out well, and I hope it works out well for the cities this year and the school districts. But I wanted to talk about that because Jim had brought up when he first came in office his thoughts on is the SRO program something the county should fund? And I think myself and Gary and David all knew. We sat here when they had the 2-to-1 vote to bring that on and put that burden on the county. And I call it a burden because it was about a $500,000 startup, and it was offset quite a bit by some grants that Paul Phelan had found. He did a great job of doing that. And I know it was emotional, but I'd like to see that consideration go back to the school districts. There's 3 school districts. They all have people elected within those districts to decide how important security is to them. And so I'd like to see us go back to that. And I'd like to consider withdrawing, not funding the SRO program for next year. And I'd like to see us all agree to that. And if so, then make a motion that we tentatively agree to it till the budget comes out. Is that a motion we can make?
Sure.
Okay. What's your thoughts on the SRO? I talked to the sheriff personally last week on the phone, and I know he's going to put it in his budget. And that's what I would do if I was the sheriff too, put it in my budget and let the commissioners remove that line item out of it, that $300,000 or whatever it's going to be this year.
So should we bring the superintendent's in?
No, I don't think so. I think here's my idea. We tentatively agree not to fund it right now. We addressed Gary to send him a letter saying that the county commissioners are not funding the SRO program. And they have other things that they can do besides it. They can either fund it themselves, they can declare themselves a police department and hire their own licensed police officer with a gun carrying, right? They can hire a security officer if that's all they want, to run around without a weapon, or they don't have to fund it at all and not have a SRO.
Or they could come in and try to change your mind.
Yeah.
Well, there are just so many issues with the way we have it set up right now to where they don't have a resource officer. I mean, we can go right back to jail. This year, the junior high or the grade school probably did not have a resource officer most of the semester. And now the high school is without one. And to me, the school needs to step up and own the program.
Yeah, and we've tried. I think we've tried over time to work with them. I know Prairie View was the first ones to submit their package saying, yeah, we'll pay the $12,000 per school because they knew it's a value. They've had a police officer before. They knew how much it costs. So anyway, I would like to withdraw those funds, not even put them in there next year, and let those 3 school districts figure out what they do. If we do that, we're dropping roughly $300,000, which is a mill levy, probably $1 million off of the county's budget and back into the taxpayers. And that's my goal here, is not just withhold the money, but to give it back and reduce the mill levy at the same time.
Well, I don't think there's any other thing that we do as far as the county either to split it back out off the county side to where we give Prairie View 3 Jayhawk 2 and Pleasanton 1, there isn't another service that we do in the county and split it out.
We don't hire their teachers or do their books or.
We
driver's
don't
ed or
do
anything.
anything that way throughout the county, to where we give it one school district 3 and 1, 2, and.
But we shouldn't give to the school districts. The school districts have their own funding, and if
Well,
security.
they take as much money from
I know.
the county as we do.
I know.
So I'm all in favor of it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here with you guys on it. I mean, I think the program,
I think it's a good program, and I don't think that's what any of us are saying. We just don't want the county to fund, put it back on our backs again this year. So that would save us $300,000 that could go back to the taxpayers. So my motion would be tentatively agree that we're not going to allow SRO funding in the sheriff's budget for 2023. That's my motion.
so are you thinking that, you know, as time goes on, if they come to us, that we work out the details of the SRO program, that we change that, or what are you thinking?
Not for this year.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So I said that, and now I want to talk about something else. No, I said that because I had a long conversation with the sheriff, and I wanted, I guess I picked on the fire a little bit, my concerns about that, and how we could probably save them some money. The taxpayers there, but the city's got to be willing to agree, and at the same time, maybe we could make it, the whole fire thing better if we were able to hire a full-time firefighter at Mound City, Lacey, and Pleasanton. Not Linn Valley, because they don't have them, but we have county barns there for each one. It's already got city fire stuff in Lacey at least. We took over Mountain Cities, and I don't think they've had any complaints with our service, have they?
I think it's going fine from everything I've heard.
So I think, you know, if we could work out something, I'm not saying we can with the mayors and stuff, that if we had a full-time at each one from 8 to 5 every day, that our fire equipment could probably be better maintained, or at least maintained. And I know that they can maybe work out something with the firefighters relief fund for the city as well. So I hope we do that. The sheriff's concerns was, as we go forward, is on dispatching, and I supported the cities on this, and we didn't want to charge cities for dispatching, and I agree we shouldn't charge them if we can. But you look at Linn Valley, and the sheriff told me that between 25 and 40 calls on a night that they were out there, usually a Friday or a Saturday night, ties up his dispatching. And now I hear that Pleasanton's going to annex 4 more miles of 69 highway, and then that could cause their numbers. Everybody else's average is around 600 of calls into dispatch a year. If that number goes up and increases to where Linn Valley's is, he's going to have to hire another dispatcher full time just to do that. I see why he would have to, because now you've got 2 people out there and it's 50, 60 calls a night on a
So
Friday.
that's one now, he's gonna go to 2 is what you're saying.
I'm saying he's got more than one, but one's basically tied up on that Friday or Saturday when Linn Valley's sitting on the freeway up there. And that's just, and they're perfectly legal what they do. There's different opinions on it. And Pleasanton, if they're going to do the same thing, it kind of sounds like when you annex 4 more miles of highway, you have intentions of doing something, maybe not. But if those numbers increase, he's going to hire somebody, and I think all the cities he's going to come out and say, look, you're going to have to pay for this additional person. So just to think about that when you, before that actually happens, maybe we can put that thing to rest. And then we have the Economic Development Fund that was a windfall from a pipeline from years ago. Dennis Arnold was here, Vicki Leonard, myself, and Mike Page, and voted for that one mill, $285,000 roughly a year that goes to economic development of the towns. And they use it for various things throughout the years.
Goes to infrastructure
For
development.
infrastructure, I'm sorry.
What is it, 40, is it different?
It varies on population of the town, and they got different amounts. So for this year, I'd like to see that set aside or not funded right now, and they can revisit it at a later date if you wish. But that would save us another almost $300,000 by the time those new numbers come out. I think it's going to increase. That's $600,000 total that could go back to the taxpayer this year if we did that. And I know it's a benefit to the city. I know it is. With the way taxes are going to continue to go up for a while.
But
I think
it came from the pipeline going to the county.
Well, that's the reason we used, because there wasn't, it was unexpected. Is that right? If I remember right, 2018 or so, that happened.
When that started, we had just approved the budget for the following year. The day after it was approved, we got a second valuation notice from the state on the pipeline that went through with a big increase in value because of that. So we republished our budget, left the bill levy the same, and took in the additional tax money from the pipeline. And 1 mil of that is what was at that time designated to go to the cities.
So we could have dropped it down or,
Yeah, I mean, there were several options we could have done at that.
There might be a good reason to bring it back later, but I think this year with the way everything's going as far as taxes and everything else, this is another way of helping out the taxpayer. So I would tentatively make a motion that we tentatively not fund that
Infrastructure grant.
infrastructure bill of 1 mil for this following year.
and it went to each city based on population.
Yeah, that was probably the only formula. Is that correct?
That's the way we've always done it, yeah.
Well, I'll second it. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
All right. So those two, you set those two aside, and when David comes out with his whole budget or all the stuff, and he's got all the numbers he needs, that money definitely needs to go back to the taxpayer. But I don't want to start from there. I want to start from as if it was in there and work our way to revenue neutral, and then take that out as well. You see what I'm saying? So I don't want it to look like, okay, you did that, now we're going to keep whatever money comes in. I know David's scared because he doesn't want to cut too much, and the lid's been lifted off of it, thank goodness for that, but we don't want to cut too much. Give us a couple of reasons why, David.
Well, I see the revenue neutral as a lid of sorts. Yes, you can go over it, but you have more hoops to jump through.
Sure.
If you need to go over it.
You can't.
If you reduce the tax levy, then that's going to set your revenue neutral rate lower for the next year. So I would hate to see us go too far down and need to go back over and then have to do extra publications and mailings and hold a hearing later, which also is a problem because the time schedule on that revenue neutral is just horrible to work with because you can't even have your hearing until later in the year. And I don't want to sound like I'm opposed to lowering taxes. I'm not. I think that's a great thing. And we have done that in the last few years. The county rate has been coming down.
Right.
It's the other rates.
It's the other rates that keep going
Well,
up.
it's just like last year, like you said, we lowered ours, but a
Yeah.
lot of others.
And you know, Miami County, it was in their paper where they're doing a workshop to consider getting to revenue neutral.
Yeah.
We didn't have to do that last year. We just worked at it and got it done.
Yeah. I mean, without even considering the things you brought up today, I don't think we would have any trouble staying revenue neutral another year anyway. Now, we don't have all the numbers in yet. The big change on us would be what happens with the utility valuations.
Right.
And we won't know that for about a month yet. But I mean, I'm confident that we could come in under a revenue neutral rate another year. But once we get those values, we'll just have to see where everything's at. But what you're talking about here would be the equivalent of probably 2.5 mils.
Right.
By knocking about 600,000 out.
You know, you look at the cities like Lacey, and the mayor there has addressed us as, 60% of the homes in Lacey are now rental homes. So 40% of the people are paying taxes. And when you have rental properties, and I assume somewhere around Mount Pleasant, and probably is pretty close to that rate too, is when somebody rents normally they don't take as good care of it, of their properties. And so not only do you got to work at that, then they've got to come up with ideas of getting some builders to come into these towns and actually build and want to live here. There's a lot of people that wouldn't want to live here with the condition of some of the houses.
And just looking down the road through budget time, which we'll be getting budget information out to departments soon. I want to get all the April bills paid and get some reports run off that, and then we'll get some stuff started where we can hopefully start getting some of the proposals in before long. But just overall, looking at where we're at right now, say we are very dependent on state assessed utilities. I mean, we all know that the power plant is the biggest one. The pipeline coming through is next. We know that our real estate and basic values around the county are going up a lot this year. If everyone in the county's value went up 15%, that alone does not mean your taxes are going to go up. Because if everything else stayed equal, the values all went up, our tax dollars stayed the same, your levies would actually come down and you'd pay about the same amount of taxes. Obviously, it's not going to be 15% for everybody. You're going to have people that went up a lot more than others. So, you know, even if we lower a levy, some people could still see their taxes go up, their county taxes, if their value went up a lot. And the other part of that is it depends on what the state assessed utilities do. If, you know, our values on all of our property, our personal property went up 15, 20%, but our state assessed utilities come down 10 or 15%, then the tax levies are going to offset a little bit because of that. If the state assessed utilities stay about level and the rest of our values go up, then we should be able to see a tax rate coming down with
It just has to do with what the schools do too.
yeah, and it's
In the cities. In their cities.
Yeah, you've got schools and cities are the other two big taxing entities in the county, but you've got townships, cemetery districts, library districts. There's a whole list of people that affect that levy. So, but you know, until we get all those values in and we start putting budgets together, we don't know where it's going to be right now.
Yeah, I know, Danny, you had mentioned, you know, all these outside, I'll say outside organizations, SEK, mental health, all those will be coming in with their budgets and stuff and asking for. And I don't think this year they should, any of them, honestly, and maybe I'm speaking out of turn because I haven't seen their budgets or their pay, but with the money received from ARPA and all these other funds, they shouldn't really need an increase in any of them, I don't think. I know that Area on Aging received a lot of money and still has a lot of money for theirs. And I would assume that over that period of time, a lot of them got some type of funding. Yeah, I know you don't. I know.
Can they drop that 1 year dramatically, then come back? I mean, they got to ask us first, right?
They got to ask us, yeah. I mean, yeah, they got to come in and ask what they want. But I mean, that's going to come up for sure. I just see it, somebody stands up and says, I need to increase it by 15 or 20%, then, you know, did you not get any, I think that should be our question. Did you receive any funding from the federal government or state? Because most agencies did, or a lot of agencies did if they're nonprofit or whatever. So certainly a question worth asking, at least when they come up. But when are we going to start receiving budgets, you think, David?
Probably late May, I would guess, before anybody's got anything worked up, because it's going to be another week and a half before I can even get information out to the departments. And we may start seeing some of those outside entities coming in.
When do road and bridge and all that, when they have to roll those funds over to CERN into when they have unused money at the end, they leave it in their fund.
Yeah, anything they had last year that stayed in their fund just rolled over.
But they tell you how much it is that they didn't use. I mean, you know that obviously because you take care of it.
I mean, that should be part of the budget proposal of how much they're planning on using for the rest of this year, and we can calculate the.
And that's always been my little stick in the mud is like, okay, I asked for I asked for $1 million last year. This year I'm going to ask for 10% more because it's probably gone up 10%. And then at the end of the year, they roll 400,000 over into whatever fund they have so they can use it for next year. And that builds up and builds up and builds up. And I'm not saying that that's not important to have a savings there, but is it really a budget? Why didn't you just say I'm going to take 400,000, put it in this fund and be done with
What
it?
is the limit like a county can save back? I mean, is there a,
They're not really. I mean, there are some funds have some limits on how you can use the money and what you put in there, but no, overall, there's not a limit.
I listened to the Coffee County Commissioner meeting the other day, and they have $10 million laying there for their new jail that they can use. I just wondered, where's that limit play at? Where,
Yeah, and what you do, because see, we had 3 million set back to use on ours when we started this, and we're getting into that money now. We're getting down to the end of the bond money, but that was what we did was set that money aside for future use, and through those years when values were going up, we were able to do that without increasing taxes to do it. So to me, it made sense to put some of that away. And we're going to use a lot of that money this year, wrapping this project up. So that would be one of the things I want to look at is get a little bit anyway back into that fund so that we've got some reserve if something does come up. Now, whether we can build it back to the level it was before this, I'm guessing not all at once, but I would hate to see us have that dwindle down to where we don't have any reserve.
it amazed me that they could take 10 million. That's what they're talking about taking out of it was 10 million. And I just wondered how much they had.
Well, they've probably been planning for a while that this is what they're gonna do and, set aside so much each purpose. That is a big chunk, isn't it?
It is. And, we do want to have some rollover at the end of the year too in cash because we need it to fund payments that go out in the first month or so of the new year.
Right.
Because we don't get a tax distribution until about the end of January. So we've got to have some of that cash build up at the end of the year just to fund the payments we have to make it.
I just don't think we necessarily should have to call it, well, now we're going to roll the rest of it over. Just have that fund there set aside, and this is what I'm going to put in there.
Well, there's two different kinds of rolling over. There's when you just roll over into next year's budget, in which case you actually bring down next year's tax levy, or then there's when you when you transfer it to a different fund.
Yeah.
That's where it becomes a saving.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I got.
That's it. You got anything?
Heard you had bad news for us today.
Yeah. Well, depends on how you look at it.
Yeah.
Morning.
Good morning.
Have you all had a chance to review the?
I didn't give him a copy. I just told him the essence of what you said.
Okay. Well, I'll give you the Cliff's Notes version of it. First of all, I want to just reiterate, we appreciate the opportunity to hopefully partner an investment into the county. It is something we care deeply about, and I want to commend the commissioners for focusing on broadband because it really does go to the you were talking about selling homes earlier and attracting people into the county. I think this infrastructure is a good way to help with that. So I just want to commend you all for focusing on that amongst all the other things that are going on. But we looked at the project. So taking Parker out, as you asked us, we looked at that, reduces the subscriber count by about 30%. From 499, you're losing about 150 subscribers that we'd be bringing on. And as we look to invest in communities, we want to make sure it's sustainable. We want to make sure we can be here in the next 50 years, the next 100 years. And then you talk about the cost, obviously we're asking for just over $500,000. We're putting in that, and we're putting in actually more than that because we're not asking for funding to feed that network either. So we put all that together. Parker came in at about 106,000, I believe. in cost just to build the city of Parker out. So that's about a 10% reduction in cost. And we just felt that it was too big of a hurdle. There wasn't going to be as many subscribers on the network to sustain it moving forward in the long term, and only a 10% reduction in cost. And that's where we came back. In a perfect world, we wish we could build every single project that we come to. And we hope that this doesn't, this doesn't cause us to lose this opportunity, obviously, but we have to be fiscally responsible, as does the county. And that's just where we came back at. So
Okay.
we're still excited. Hopefully we can move forward. If we don't do it this round, we're not going to discontinue looking at Linn County. We are looking to expand our wireless throughout the county further. Like I said, I think I've said this before, we have a few leases that we haven't built out yet that we'd like to. We're going to continue to try to expand broadband as much as possible. So
Just go over it real quick for people that didn't listen last week that may listen this week. Your whole proposal was to go from where to where, and just real quick.
So Parker, what we're asking for funding for is to get from Parker to Goodrich to Centerville to Blue Mound, and then build every community and every one of those 4 communities.
To be able to offer them broadband.
From Greeley to
We're going to feed it probably from Greeley is the way it looks right now. We're not asking for funding for that
Right.
that backbone section there, but it's about 499 homes, businesses, libraries, schools that we would cover in and around. We are covering certain parts around the cities that we mentioned, and then I reiterated it last week, but I'll say it again. We are building this with the eye to build out to the farms along that path and throughout the western part of the county that are severely lacking services. So,
Okay. I know that we have a meeting with Peoples next week, and it'd be unfair to them, I think, to agree to something right
Yeah,
now.
I agree.
But I understand that it's all or none. So
Right.
I got you.
it's the same bid that you.
yeah, just our original proposal. We'll stand by that. And we feel we're not in this to make money off of this build out from a stance where we're trying to, make a profit off the installation of it. We're looking for a long-term partnership with the county.
Gotcha.
So we pared that down just as absolutely minimally as we thought we could. Everybody knows there's going to be rock along that path. We're going to eat whatever cost overruns it takes to, if we hit some granite or something.
I thought you gave a good offer.
We try very hard to do that. And, I want to reiterate what I said last week. We're able to do things at a lower cost because of our in-house construction. We're not paying for a third-party contractor's profit. We're covered. We have to cover those expenses still, but that's a level of profit that we don't have to include. So, and we have a very good group of construction team. They're based out of Iola, Kansas, right there. Well, just outside Iola, they're at Gas. So you're going to have local Kansans working on it, which I think is important. So,
All right.
Give you anything.
Can I clarify something?
Yeah.
You said 499 homes?
sorry, I'm sorry, $3.99. No, that I misspoke.
Okay.
It was $3.99. Yep.
$3.99.
You ought to be a journalist. Thank you.
I don't think I have cards. Jessica, feel free to give my information out. If anybody has any questions, feel free to call me at any time. So
You do.
if you come up with any other questions. So,
Okay. I appreciate it.
yep. Thank you for your time.
Well, we'll try to get back pretty quick.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I just need like maximum of 10 minutes legal.
10 minutes legal. Does anybody else need any? Need any, David?
Think so.
Make a motion to go into executive session for 10 minutes of legal with Gary. Been moved and seconded, all in favor? There was no action from executive sessions.
We still got 15 minutes. Is anybody here yet?
I'm gonna go get those letters.
Okay.
Can we take a 10-minute break?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Morgan, you were wanting to talk to him for a few minutes in there before you start the interview.
Us?
Yeah.
Well, that'll give us 5 minutes. You can handle us in 5 minutes, can't you? Lecture us? Okay.
Make a motion, we take a 10-minute break.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Jesus.
Hello? All right. All right. Funny to see Gary getting his truck and strap across the street. It'd be nice if it's parking lot. Yeah. It would be a lot better. Oh, 7-Eleven for you on there? There are 7-Eleven back there, guys. A lot more blue than it looks like normal in there. What you got to do? You got some projects on? Well, do you got like there's just too much going on, right? You always say, yeah. That's my problem. Yeah, can you get that Friday? Oh, yeah, I can get it Friday.
Seriously, I'm still working on it.
Is that it's a step?
Oh,
Yeah. Oh, is that yours? Did they come out and pull it out?
See, like,
Yeah. Did you get it out yourself?
Yeah.
Oh, you dug it out? It's a tractor. You should be able to get that out of there, shouldn't you? Are you in the city worker right now? Which one?
Yeah, we're just interviewing now.
You know what I'm saying?
Jackie, I can email you if we get anything else, if they do anything else or any result of this, if you want it.
Okay, so you think you're gonna hire someone to?
Who knows?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, I can send you something after the meeting and tell you anything else that happens.
Yeah, thank you. How many? Are you? Four.
We do? I didn't know you had to have, so you're required to have an ambulance at a rodeo, huh?
I still
They are? The regular rodeos, they get away with it?
I think they'd like to have it there, but the high school organization says that.
Hey, Danny.
Yeah.
That's funny, you had to wait 6 or 7 hours sometimes.
It wasn't, and I know too, because they
Yeah.
left with the kid.
Yeah.
And then
I've seen a football game where a kid would get hurt and they aim us to take him, and then another kid later on in the game get hurt and they have to call somebody else in. That hadn't happened very many times, but
And I was out, I forget where it was, out west, northwest part of the state.
yeah.
They just shut it down and just waited.
I-
They
I-
those radios last 6 to 7 hours anyway. You know, that's just,
So they talk like there was either a TV station or a podcast that you can watch where there's like rodeos and you can pick them up from all the states and just watch them on TV.
Cowboy Channel.
Cowboy Channel.
You can get it on the phone, it costs $99 a year. And then you,
I mean, I'm not a rodeo guy, but yeah. Is there that many rodeos going on? I guess there is.
play rodeo there, is it? You can watch rodeo every day.
And so, like, if Trenton or somebody, one of your sons, are into rodeo really, really big, are there certain rodeos to go to that moves them up, or however, is it a ranking system or what?
Just PRCA qualification.
Okay.
PRCA rodeo.
And this one over here is? What do you think about the money we give for them? You think it's a good thing?
I think it's a better deal if they open it up to Philippines. It's a different organization.
But I mean, the amount the county gave.
See, I talked to them last year, they got quite a bit from 100 down to.
No, I don't. I would never pick on something.
That's for the buildings.
Yeah, yeah,
That's what it's.
yeah. And I can tell you the building seems to help. They've come a long, well, at least I thought they've come a long ways. Maybe they have. Seems like they kind of run down for a while.
They're pretty good shape now.
And the new, I guess they're not as new anymore, the seating, the bleachers and stuff, when they put those in.
They put all new aluminum in.
How come they only have one here a year? They don't, that's just something.
The fair board knows what they do, what happens down there.
So, yes, you're close. So I know Morgan wanted to talk to you for a couple minutes or so before you get started with the interviews. Do you want to just make a motion for like
The whole thing,
time that you think?
5
you
minutes
have,
executive and,
and then just, wait a few minutes to bring your first one in so you guys can talk for a few minutes before you start, or? Does that
Now we're
sound
looking
okay?
at 4 interviews.
Yeah.
2 o'clock.
Are we doing this in a hole?
They can take us 3 hours before.
Well, we have one at 11, 11:45, 12:30.
okay.
If they arrive early and you're running ahead of schedule, there's nothing that says you can't end before that time, but you won't be able to officially take any action until that time is over, because you gotta wait till your executive session time is gone before you can take action on anything. So, I mean, you could come back out after the first couple and extend it for more time, but however you wanna do that.
Okay.
You want to do that? Let's go for 2 and then see where we're at. Or you want to do it for all?
Yeah, let's do it for 2.
So I think we're real close to your 10 minutes being up on your break, so. You said the first 2 were 11 and 11:45, so if you did one till like
12:30.
12:30, then you could see how you're running and see if anybody's here early and see how much you want to extend at that point.
I'll make a motion. We'll go into executive session with Morgan for 5 minutes and then 2 interviews to come back out at 12:30 and see where we're at for the last 2 interviews. That's my motion.
Is it, should we, I got you. Well, I want to ask a question for you. Do we need to go till 12:30 though? So, I mean, if the interviews are, I don't know how long the interview will go. I know we gave 45 minutes per each, but I don't know that we'll really get 45 minutes into
I
it.
don't know, but I'd hate to see you stop in the middle of an interview and have to come out and extend.
But then we're stuck in there, right? Till 12:30
Yeah.
with Danny.
Unless we go ahead with, can we just go ahead and stay till 12:30 and see where we're at with the interviews maybe?
We could have 3 if they all showed up, right? All right.
It's,
I'll second his motion to 12:30.
it's just hard to tell.
All right.
Are we gonna do, are you guys, are we gonna have the fire board?
Yeah,
So we're just gonna do the interview here? How,
we're going to go in there. I think we were going. Are we going in there, David? Are we shutting
think
all the
so.
doors or?
I thought I would probably stay here and work on
Okay.
stuff out here and just to not have another person in there.
And Gary's not there, of course. So I second your motion.
So we'll go into executive session at 12:30.
Yeah.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great. We'll come get you.
we lose Danny?
We don't need him for this now.
All right, we're back in session. I guess we're gonna make a motion to go into executive session again for 1 hour for 2 more interviews.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. What was the pay scale? It's on here. Okay. 17C, okay. Okay.
Who's this dude?
Danny?
Yes, sir. Good. Burton, what's up? Well, we're still in the meeting, but I can give you a call back. I thought maybe you had some top secret stuff you want to talk about. Yeah, I'll give you a call in about 10 minutes. All right, bye.
We do have some action from the executive session. I make a motion that we hire Randy L. Hedgewald, the fire chief and emergency management coordinator, for pay scale of 17C, which is $30.1698.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then we have these letters for the schools and cities. There's just one copy of each letter, and then I was just gonna make copies of them for all the entities. Morgan, you wanna give me that name and stuff?
And these are to go out to all the board superintendents that as of budget time, we will no longer fund the resource officer out of the county money. And we talked about that. And then the other one is as far as with the annual infrastructure grants that go to the cities, that we are no longer funding that, which was about $285,000 split between the cities. And that's my motion.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And Danny, did you second the other motion, or did Rick?
I did.
Okay.
Do we have anything else?
I think that's it.
I make a motion we adjourn.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.